Online participants, you all can see the screen, right? Properly? Things I'm doing?
Yes, sir. We can clearly see and audible you.
Okay. Kuta, maybe they are in a different link for wrong link. Ask them to join. Okay. Right, Lamai, those who are logging online, can you all share this meeting link to your friends in the group, in your WhatsApp group if you are having? And some of the students are not having the proper link. Yeah, can someone share the online meeting link to your friends? Right. So we will. Right. So under the inventory command set, we were talking about the content that we have already in our company file. Under the inventory command center, if you go to the items list, okay. Under inventory command center, when you go to the items list, you should have all the items you created under the on hand quantity, right? On hand column. You should have these quantities. These quantities will be available if you did the purchasing part properly, accurate. You can see under different items, you have 5 items, and under cricket bats, you have 60 items from many of the brands or models. And from these blades and handles, you should have 100 items in your hand, right? If you did the transactions or purchasing transactions accurately, you should have these quantities in your inventory items or inventory tab, right? If these items are available, then we can think of the sales function where you will get your revenue, right? Now we have come to the level where we have all the purchases are done and inventory is filled. Now we are going to start the next process or the sales process. Okay. To start off with the sales process, what are the things we are basically doing before starting with such a major process? Before starting such a major process, what are the things we are doing to customize it according to our requirement, set up the default values? What are the functions we are following? What are those technical words? Because now you should be familiar with those technical terms. Even in the online quiz, these technical terms will be tested. What do we call that? Setting the background according to our requirement. Setting preferences, right? First we have set the preferences. Then we were setting default values for all our forms coming under the sales function. To set the default values, What was the function used below? देवदाय प्रश्न mistake. Easy setup assistant, can you remember? For major functions, you had easy setup assistant to set up the default values or default links for each and every sub function, right? Now, first we will go to the preference. Right? I hope you all can remember the path. Setup preferences, right? Setup preferences. Then under the preferences window, you can see sales tab, right? So that tab will give you the preferences related to sales. If you are going to start sales, I want you to go into that sales preference. Right. Then out of the, we'll quickly go through these preferences and see what are the important preferences we have to set. Look at the first one, automatically print sales when they are recorded. Of course, we don't have to worry about this printing stuff because that is not our focus. We will leave that and print. The second one is also about printing a package slip. We will ignore that because we are not interested about printing. Then print labels. That is also not under our concern. Look at number 4, which is already selected. Warn if customer has an outstanding credit before applying a payment. Is it a good preference to select or not? What is your idea? So we want a small warning if the customer is having an outstanding credit, right? Any previous credit before applying to a payment that he makes. Is it good to remind that? It's good to remind, right? Because, for example, let's say there is a 100,000 rupee invoice that the customer is paying us. Okay. Then, while he is paying 100,000, we want to check whether there is any outstanding old credit, maybe 20,000 old credit he has not paid, which is outstanding. So he may skip that and he may pay the 100,000. With time, sometimes we both may forget that old 20,000, right? Therefore, it is good not to settle it with that, but to give a reminder that there is an outstanding balance. Therefore, at least settle that first, and then we will go to this. Customer right? Therefore, that's a good preference to select. So we will keep it. And then apply customer payments automatically to the oldest invoice first. That is also a good preference. It doesn't mean you have to apply whatever the payment customer makes to the oldest one. It says initially make that payment, customer payment, to apply to their first invoice. Then if we know purposely we are not applying it to the first, then we can shift it later. But initially that should be applied to the oldest invoice, right? So according to the dates of the invoices, the customers will be paying continuously, right? Therefore, it's easy for us to apply to the oldest one first, right? And then show customer purchase number in receive payments. That is not very much needed for our level. And make a contact log entry for every sale. That is also not essential. That contact log entry is important for internal auditing or auditing purposes. But for account record keeping purpose, that will be an additional burden. Therefore, we will not select it. And warn for duplicates. That is an important preference we always selected, right? Because duplicates is a risk for accounting. And actually, it's an error. When we were doing manual accounting, can you remember? You had a duplication errors, right? Therefore, duplicates is a problem. Therefore, warn for duplicate what? Is it only for invoices? Is it only for customer POs? Or is it for both? It has to be for both, no? Because even if we are receiving two POs in the same duplicate, or I mean in the same number, PO number, again we are confused. as a business, right? Therefore, it's good to give a warning to see whether there are any duplicated invoices or customer purchase orders, right? Retain original invoice number on back orders. I mean, if we think of this scenario, this happens when we don't have any item to send to the customer, and the customer places a back order, right? When the customer places a back order to us, and yes, ඒක දැන් මේ කියම link එකේ ඉන්න කට්ටියට ඇහෙනවා. මේ link එකේ ඉන්නවනේ කට්ටිය. Very limited crowd is there in the link, man. Waiting. මේ link එක share කරන්න කියලා මම කිව්වා මේ link එක student ලට ඒක කරලා නැත්නම්. Lamai, those who are on the online session, can you all share your link with the other batchmates who are willing to join? They are facing a problem with the link they are having. Right? They will see. They will share the link in the group. Okay. Right, and then when the back order is placed by the customer, right? Whether we want to retain the original invoice number on the back order, it is subjective, right? It depends. Sometimes after receiving the back order, it can be considered as a new order by our company, because initially you got an order, we didn't have one item, then we sent what we had and we finished that order, right, from our end. Then the customer sent a back order. For the customer, that is a back order, but for us, we can consider that as a new order. Okay. Therefore, we can even eliminate that tick, right? Retain original invoice number on back order. We can remove that tick. Okay. The same thing for retain original invoice number when quotes are changed to order, all that can depend. Because from the same quotation, sometimes customer may be placing so many orders, right? For those orders, we can consider as unique orders, unique different orders, but quotation can be a base document, right? Therefore, keeping the original quotation number in every document may be helpful in a real business, right? But at the practice level, that may not be so essential. And delete codes upon changing and recording an order or invoice that we did not select even in the purchasing cycle, right? Even in the purchasing cycle, we didn't want to delete the quotations, codes upon changing it into an order. For sales also, that's the same story. Here we are the people who are issuing the quotation. We offer the quotation, right? Then we don't have to delete that quotation because we want to have that as an evidence. So this is the quotation we have offered. Based on that quarter price only, these people are placing us orders. Right? Therefore, it's good to keep that quotation. And if credit limit is exceeded on sales, right? Right. You may remember in purchasing for many suppliers the credit limit was exceeding, but still we got a pop-up message, but we recorded. Right? We recorded even though the credit limit is exceeding. So here it's asking if credit limit is exceeded on sales. Now we are deciding. We are the supplier now, right? Now here we are talking about the customer's behavior. When the customer is placing an order, if their credit limit is over, here we can't make a request. We are the decision maker. We have to decide whether we are allowing more credit to this customer or not. That decision we can take now itself, right? Because it's our company. Then, if credit limit exceeds on sales, what we are going to do? You have two options. Either prevent unless overridden. So prevent, I don't sell. Right? If my customer has exceeded the credit limit, I don't sell thereafter. That's one tough decision. Or else you can give a warning and continue. You can warn the customer, your credit limit is over. So we are giving you more credit. So you should understand that you are going beyond that. Therefore, make sure you make the payment. Normally, how businesses do. They want and do that, right? Because it's business, they don't want to lose the business, right? So that is okay, warn and continue. Then those are the preferences we wanted to set under sales tab. Okay. Then you can click on the OK button. Yeah. Right? All preference set. Now, can you remember when we wanted to set up the accounts list? Okay, when we were setting the accounts list, we had problems with some accounts because they were linked to certain functions. There, our objective was to nicely prepare our accounts list. Therefore, we removed all those links, right? We agreed that later, before starting that function, we will set up those links again. Now, some links that we removed are coming under sales function, right? Sales related links are being added. Now we are going to set up those links as necessary. Okay. So how to set up the links? Under purchasing also we did the same. Right. Under purchasing also we did the same. We set up the links again. So go to the setup and go to linked accounts, right? Link accounts. And under that you have sales accounts. Right. Setup tab, linked accounts and sales accounts. These are the accounts related to sales, right? Or account linked to the sales function. Out of this account, asset account for tracking receivables, right? What is the asset account? We are recording the receivables. Receivables are an asset for us, right? Receivables. Then trade debtors, which is already selected, which is the correct account, right? Trade debtors is the asset account. We are keeping our debtors. The number one, first is correct. And then bank account for customer receipts. When the customer is making us payments, to which account are we depositing that money? That is Sampath Bank current account. Especially, now you have to remember, understand this. This bank account is selected for the customer direct payments to the bank. Right? When the customer is directly paying to the bank, to our account, deposit like that. If the customer is directly paying to the bank, what is the bank account? That is the question here. So Sampath Bank current account is the account we have to set. If the customer is paying us through a check, what is the procedure? We discussed this earlier. When the customer is giving us a check is issued by bank, of course, but not by our bank, the customer's bank. When we receive a check, how do we consider that check? Is that double entry kept for the Sampath Bank current account? Check is still in our hands. We had two double entries. Can you remember? When we receive the check, that is debited to the cash, right? That is debited to the cash because still it's in the cash drawer, locker. Right? When we go and deposit that cash in the bank, then we credit cash and debit bank. Okay. That's why we call that it is grouped with undeposited funds. That is the tool we are using here. Right. Then this I just want to highlight, this is about the direct payments to the bank. And this is the account we are going to use. And then I charge freight on sales. Here we will not charge freight on sales, right? When we are making the sales, we will not charge freight from the customers. In case if there is a requirement, then we can include that later, right? At the moment, we don't charge freight from the customers. And then I track customer deposits collected. I track deposits collected from customers. So what is the account I am going to record them? When a customer is making a purchase order from us, okay, if we do not trust that customer really, we can ask that customer to pay an advance payment or initial payment or something, right? If it's a continuous customer, we will tell, okay, you just buy this and later pay it, right? But there can be some organization, we are looking from our company side, there can be some customers who are not so trustworthy. So we can ask them to at least make an initial or advance payment. Usually that advance payment is the cost of the goods, right, before sending. So even though it goes, so cost is at least covered, right? Some of the companies you have seen, they're asking for 50% of the payment as an advance, right? In many cases, their profit margin is 50%. There are businesses you are always just looking at this very usual business that are having 10-20% margins like Silver Kadai and all this. But there are businesses that are having 200-300% margins, right? These are the real businesses. So in that case, they are asking for half of the advance to make sure they are safe, right? So in that case, what is the account you are going to keep that? It's become that payment is becoming a liability to us. Because before sending the goods, before making the sale, we are asking for money, right? So until the sale is recorded properly, that is the liability to us. So this is the liability account we are recording, customer deposits, which is correctly selected. We don't have to change it, right? And then, but I have to give discounts for early payments, right? Which is be selected in my case. So I'm selecting it. I give discount for early payments. What is the discount account I'm going to record? When I give discounts, is it an income or expense? An expense, right? I allow discounts. So search here. We had an account called discount allowed or something. Discounts allowed. Yeah, that's an account called discounts allowed. Okay. So why do we allow discounts for early payments? Financially, what is the reason? Now in my OB, I mean, computer-based accounting, it's okay. I allow discounts, percentage is given, you just enter it. That's done. But why usually do businesses allow discounts for early payments for their customers? Yes. Collect money early. For collecting money early, they are losing something. They are paying some cost. Giving a discount means they have already earned the revenue. From the revenue, yeah, they are going to sacrifice some revenue, a considerable revenue sometimes. Why do businesses do that? I'm just trying to see. Now the biggest problem with accountants is, I mean, some of the organizations have this concern. They are just reporting what is being said, right? But here I'm trying to focus your thinking on the business perspective or financial management perspective, right? While doing the accounting, you have to think of this perspective as well. Why do businesses give this discount? Of course, to encourage the customer to pay early, right? Paying early means you are collecting money early, but for collecting that money, you are including a cost. The discount is a cost. For example, 100,000 sale, you are asking the customer to pay early. I will give you a 5% discount. Then I'm collecting only 95,000. 5,000 loss for me, but I'm ready to collect money early for that 5,000 loss. Why? Yeah. If you are a businessman, instead of 100,000, by collecting 95,000, what do you expect? What do you do with that 95,000 received early? New operation. You will basically reinvest. You can reinvest in the business because, as I told you, business's profit margin is not 5%. That is the truth. You have to understand. අපිට ඉතලනේ මේවල සල්ලි නැති කමට ඉක්මනට සල්ලි ටික ගන්නයි මේ පොඩි ගාණක් දෙන්නේ කියන්නේ. එහෙම එකක් නෙමෙයි. එතන තියෙන්නේ. Right? They are comparing the margin and the risk. And some businesses, let's say 200% margin business. They are giving a 10% discount and collecting money early rather than keeping it for 2-3 months. Within that month, they will earn 10-15 times of that. Right? Money is so powerful. Money is worthy. Many people don't have money. Right? What they have is ready cash. That many people don't. So if you have money as form of money, it's so worthy. Don't just waste on shopping and all that. Invest. Money has a real value, right? Many people are showing off with assets, with loan money and leased assets, right? Many people don't have money. If you have money, we can play with that. We can do a lot of things. Don't just waste on unnecessary. Okay. So that is just apart from. It's not within the scope of the double entry account bookkeeping, but that part you have to understand because businesses need that part also from accountant. Okay. Right. So I have selected the discounts allowed account. Then I assess charges for late payments. I have not selected it because I believe I am not charging late payments. Right. So charging a late payment is a bad impression for a real business. The best way is somehow friendly collecting that money. So for the moment, I'm not selecting that late fee charge. So these are the accounts I wanted to link. And then I will click OK. Right? So those are the linked accounts I wanted. Then next we will go to the default value setting. Right? Default value setting. That is done with what? What is the function? Easy setup assistant, right? Easy setup assistant of sales function. So I go to sales and I go to easy setup assistant, right? Under easy setup assistant, you have that major function sales. Select the sales function, right? So there is a small introduction. Can you read it quickly? Read the introduction, what the easy setup assistant could do for sales function. How much? Did you read it? Then now basically you are going to set up the overall background of sales. Let's click on the next button, the layout, right? What is the layout by default you want for sales, right? In most of the cases, you are going to sell what is available in your items list, right? Now, for example, you may be selling cricket bats. You may be selling cricket or blades, or let's say cricket gloves, maybe bags, whatever it is. All those are there in your items list. And also sometimes you may be providing some services, right? Cricket lessons, individual lessons, group lessons, they are also available in your items list, right? So the layout, describing the layout is based on whether the item is there in your items list or not. Therefore, most of the cases you will be selecting items in your items list. Then we will select the items layout as the default layout, right? But if you want to sell something else, for example, you are going to sell a part of your building, or let's say a part of one of your vehicles, right? So that is not in your items list. But for that, only that particular sale, you can change the layout to service, right? But usually you are selling these items. Therefore, items layout is the most suitable. Click on the next. So what is the income account you are going to record uh, the sales, right? Income account I am not going to specify here. The reason is there can be multiple income accounts. For example, for conducting cricket lessons, you may receive income that should go to a separate income account. For selling equipment, selling cricket bags, you will receive income that should go to a separate income account. And for repairing cricket bats, right? For repair items, for repairing, you may get some income that will go to another. Therefore, we can't specify a default account for income. Therefore, I'm not selecting. And credit limit, right? The credit limit that I am offering to my customers, right? What is the usual default credit limit? So for this, I am entering a very small credit limit, but by customer wise, I'll be including different credit limits. Just because we want to have a default value, I'm just entering 5,000. The same amount we entered for the supplier credit limit as well, right? Because we can't leave it blank, right? Just 5,000. If you don't like 5,000, you can enter 6,000. Okay. Or 5,500, whatever it is. There should be a decent amount. That's it. Okay. To make sure you don't skip that in the customer creation. Okay. All right. Then click on the next button. Tax codes for both sales and freight. It's value added tax because we are dealing with value added tax only in purchases as well as in sales. Make sure both are value added tax VAT and then click next. Payment method, right? Payment method I am using, my customers will be using checks, right? Because I am usually in businesses, the customers are paying through checks. So I select the payment method as check, and then the payment terms, right? Payment terms, yeah. Payment terms, it is bit different to the supplier cards, I mean purchasing functions payment term. In purchasing function, we could not set up a common payment term because different suppliers will give us different payment terms conditions, right? Because we are depending on the supplier's payment term for the purchases. But here we are the supplier. So we can offer a common payment term to all my customers. You understand? Now, usually companies are having their own policies. So we are offering 30-day credit for any customer, right? So we are the supplier now here. Therefore, we can decide a credit term. So I'm telling you a credit term, sample credit term, but depending on the customer, you can change it. Okay. So common credit term. Here the payment is due on given number of days, right? In a given number of days. Select that. And then discount days, make it 7 days. That means within 7 days, if you settle, you are getting a discount. And the balance due date will make it 30 days. The meaning is you are getting a 1 month credit. You are from the case. Right? Then discount on early settlement, right? Discount on early settlement is 1%. Discount then 1% is a big amount for right for a 100,000, so it's a considerable amount. Right, it's 1%. And then charge for percentage monthly charge for late payments. No, right? No, 0, because we agreed that there is no late fee charge account also. Then the meaning is we are not charging any late payment from the customers. Okay, so those are the payment conditions, payment criteria. Just check credit terms in a given number of days, discount days 7, balance due date 30, and discount for early settlement is 1%. Right? Make sure those are selected and click on the next button. Right. So account for supplier, account for customer receipts. Account for customer receipts is enter or select the account you wish to use for tracking your customer receipts. This account must be a bank account. That is Sampath Bank current account, right? Sampath Bank current account. And then account for undeposited funds, right? Account for undeposited funds means when we receive money or check or whatever it is, what is the fund we are keeping it until we bank that, that is undeposited funds, right? So those two are correct. Now, before going forward, let me go back to one step just to check whether all right. All right. Right. So you can go back and check whether anything is wrong until it's finished, right? Even after finishing, you can come back and see. All right. If it's okay, you can go to the next. What is the next step? Build your customers list. Just like in purchasing function, just like we created the supplier cards, here we are supposed to create the customer cards. But I'm not going to create customer cards here because I believe you can remember there is a convenient way of creating customer cards under the card center, right? There is a separate center to create cards, whether it's a supplier card, customer card, employee card, or whatever it is. That path is the easiest or convenient path rather than going through all these hassle, right? Therefore, I'm not going to create cards here. We will create cards later. And then I'm skipping that part. Next, historical sales. If you have previous sales in your company, you can import those sales here. But in this company, we don't have such sales. And then you can go to the next step. Congratulations. Right. Congratulations. You have set up your sales default values. Okay. Right. Then you can close this easy setup assistant and close this as right. Now I have set up the background for sales, and the next thing I want to start my sales is the customers, right? I have to have customer cards to start my sales. Therefore, now I'm going to the card center, cards command center. If you are writing notes down, you can write down creating customer cards, right? That is your heading. Creating customer cards. And what is the path? That is to go to the cards, card files command center, and then you can go to the card list. Now usually you all are undergraduates, no? I'm not saying you to write the notes or now take your books, take your blue color pen, take your black color pen and write the heading, underline, effects, edit, all that I'm not saying. Okay. I'll be just conducting the lecture. It's better to write down the path. And you don't have to write lengthy notes for these type of subjects, right? Just the heading and the path, right? And if there is any specific point, you can put a star point and a bullet point and write it down. Sometimes I'm highlighting very specific points that you have to remember. Those points, for example, recap transactions, what you are doing with that, right? And to set up the default values, what you are doing, right? What the PC setup assistant is doing. So like that, very little information you can write it down. Because even though you believe you can remember later, the natural human brain, I don't know whether you have natural human brain. If not, that is great. You can remember everything. In a natural human brain, you will remember only 10% of what you learn here when you go home. That is the nature. In a very rare case, you will have 20%, 25%. And if it is beyond 30%, you should not have been here. You should be in NASA or somewhere. Right? Therefore, naturally, including me, it's like 10 to 15%. Therefore, make sure you have notes to study at home, at least to see the path or the steps, right? Now, we are going to do something you are very familiar with, nothing new, right? Here you can see under all cards, you have number of cards. These are the supplier cards we created under purchasing function. Now we are going to create the exact opposite of it, the customer cards. Go to the customers tab. You have no any card. Then at the bottom, you have a button called new. Click on the new button. Right. Right. Listening physically and online, both is not effective. You can listen to the physical lecture. Right? It's the same format, right? The same format of creating a card. The only difference is card type is selected as customer. Right? Card type is selected as customer. Then I want you to refer to the document I have uploaded in the customer cards, right? I have included added a document called customer cards. I want you to open that. Right. This is the first customer we have, King's High School. Right. Now, listen, remember, these customers are not the customers who will just walk in and play some cricket, who will just buy a cricket bat and leave. They are not the customers. For those customers, we are not creating customer cards. Right. In our business, we are creating customer cards for customers who are considerably important for us, who will be continuously purchasing certain things, who will be having long-term agreements with us. So that type of important customers will be here. So here you can see the King's High School customer. Shall we start creating them? You are familiar with card creation now. Okay, it's nothing new. We'll start doing it, and If there is any specific, I will mention while creating it. Okay, King's High School. So I insert the name. I insert the name. All other fields will be appearing. Okay. The profile information. Right. Then under card details, it's the same information you have. You can include the photo. You can include some notes about this specific customer if you want someone to refer later. That's about it. And when you go to selling details, right? Selling details, we have to customize it according to the given information. Sales layout these items, okay. And invoice delivery to be printed. And sales comment. Under sales comment, you can see what are the available comments. Right. Thank you. Right. You have number of comments. Final sale. I know we couldn't have final sale. Happy Easter. Happy holidays. Now these days you can call Happy New Year. Happy holidays or something. Thank you. Right. Thank you is fair for any situation. Right. Then ABN, Australian Business Registration Number. Again, for customers also, that line is valid. Without an ABN, you should not create a customer. Then customer will be considered as a not registered person in the law, right? Therefore, legally, they will not be considered as a registered person. Therefore, different tax rates will be applicable. And tax code for sales and tax code for freight, both are VAT, value-added tax. That is about that part. And there is ES. That is one thing. We entered in supplier cards creation. In supplier cards, we entered the credit limit given by that supplier, right? But here we are giving a credit limit to this particular customer, and this field is locked. I mean, you can't change it, right? You can't edit it, right? I hope you noticed that. Yes. But you are given a button at the bottom left hand corner, credit limit and hold. Can you see that? Yes. Click on that button. And there you can update the credit limit, 85,000. Right? Credit limit is 85,000. And if I explain why a separate button and a separate function is given for that, right? In this same window at the bottom, can you see place this customer on credit hold, right? Place this customer on credit hold. That means here we are the decision maker, right? We are offering the credit limit and we have to make the decision whether to hold the credit for this particular customer, right? In the supplier card creation case, supplier will do that for us. You don't have to hold, because if supplier holds it, that's the end of the story, right? But here we are the people who are making the decision, and we are telling them, okay, you are on hold of credit. You will not get any more credit after this, right? Therefore, that option is given with this button, right? Therefore, you change it. You can click OK, but you have to understand there is a button. Right? At the examination, don't get scared if you when you can't edit the credit limit. Remember, there is a separate button for this, and know the reason why that button is there, right? To hold the credit. It's a special decision the company will have to make. That is why it's given in a separate field. Okay. Right. And then under payment details, sorry. Under selling details, credit term information, there is a volume discount of 12%, right? All other things are the same, right? All other things are the default values in a given number of days, 7 days, 30 days, or early discount 1%. All of them are the same default value, but there is a volume discount we have agreed for this customer 12%. Make that change. Okay. Right. So that is about the information under payment details. If the payment method is already selected as check, if not, you can select it as check, but that has a very small impact on it. And under contact log, still you don't have any previous transactions, no any jobs created for this customer, and no any historical sales recorded for this customer, right? So you have created one customer. Only small difference was there, the credit terms information, right? That's the only difference. All others were the same, right? Click OK. Now you have one customer. So like that, shall we start creating all the customers? We'll create from the next customer, we'll create. Yes. Yamuna National College discount for early payments. Yeah, it has to be because it's prepaid. Prepaid means you have to pay for the entire cost before you are spending. Therefore, nothing called discount for early settlement. You can see in some customers, we are now changing the customer terms information, right? So accordingly, you have to change that. You don't have to stick to the original default value because depending on the customer, we may be changing the credit term. Right? Create all the credit, credit customers. Don't create the last card, cash sales. No, it's not a serious offense even if you created the cash sales. We are going to anyway create it because there is something I have to explain while creating it. That's right. Right. Hands up those who have created up to Gamunu National College. All the cards except the cash sales. This are still creating. Hands up those who are still creating the cards. Okay. Then something to learn if you are very Tool sticker, software was the media. Make a question name after the question. So, and that's the I need to explain now. They why counter answer those are doing. No one? Right. Now we have one more card to create. What is that card?
Yes.
Cash sale. Why are we creating a cash sale card? Right? Because when you are making we have a small theoretical learning. I will do that also. Just to understand, if we make a cash sale, right? If we make a cash sale, where do we record usually in the manual accounting? We debit it to cash book, cash sale, cash debit, cash, and credit the sales, right? So sales will be nicely accumulated in the sales account separately, and cash book will be debited, right? But in my opinion, we want to analyze how you received your revenue, right? So you can analyze that according to the customer. Customer wise, you can analyze the sales, right? So you know the accumulation of the customer sales is equal to the credit sales, right? But you have to analyze how my cash sales happen. Therefore, if you record the cash sales under the bank or accounts command center as a double entry, you will not be able to analyze how this cash sales came and purely what is the total value of cash sales. Therefore, cash sales should also go through a card. So we can take the history, summary, everything of that particular card to identify how the cash sales behave in every year compared to last year. Those analyses are available under cards. Therefore, we want to create a cash card, right? So shall we create a cash card for that purpose? It's the same thing. That's why I told you those who started, you don't have to worry. You can create the same way. So I'm creating the cash card. New name is cash sales. I have included it in capital letters to show that it's different, right? It's a dummy card. And there is no address or no other information about that, right? In the front appearance or profile tab. Then go to the selling details, right? Selling details. Items is the sales layout and invoice delivery. Invoice delivery to be not to be printed, already printed for printed or sent, right? Cash sale, we believe it's already printed and sent. That is why we receive cash. Okay. And then no any ABN or anything created here. Value added tax should be selected because even for cash sale, value added tax is relevant. And for the credit limit, right? For the credit limit, include it as 1. Credit limit should be $1 or 1 rupee or whatever the currency 1. Okay, click OK. That's about the information. And payment terms is cash on delivery, right? COD means cash on delivery because it's the cash card. Okay. Now let me explain. I thought someone would ask why we included 1 as the credit limit. Because no one asked that, let me explain. When we are entering this cash sales, right? In the sales entering format, right? Just like the purchases entering format, the PO format, can you remember? Purchasing, billing, all that, there was a format.
Same format is applicable for sales also. Sales, only the name is different, sales invoice. Right? In that format, can you remember, there was a small field to enter paid today. Paid today amount, right? So in that paid today amount, the same format is valid for this. In the customer sales, when you are making a sale on cash, right? We have to use the same format. We have to select the customer as cash card, right? We are selecting the cash card as our customer. And then under paid today amount, we have to enter the full payment because this cash sales. If the invoice is for 100,000, so customer is paying 100,000 immediately, right? Therefore, paid today amount should be 100,000. That is how we link this sale to the cash book, right? Even in purchases, that is how we link that to the cash book, right? It had the double entry. Can you remember? Even at the purchase order level, you had the double entry for that. Now here also, we are linking this to the cash book through that function. Paid today 100,000, right? Therefore, now assume since you have a credit limit of 1, you will be prompted, you will be asked, you are having, if you are not paying today and trying to continue, it will tell you, you have a credit limit of 1, therefore you are exceeding the credit limit. So what are you going to do? That pop-up will come. Okay. If we do not have that 1, right? If we do not have that 1, if we made it 0, right? Then the system thinks for this person, there is no credit limit. It doesn't take it as 0 credit limit. It takes as no credit limit, 0 credit limit, right? Then it will not give you that pop-up message. Therefore, if you forget to enter that paid today amount, you will be recording the transaction as a credit sale. Do you understand? To avoid that mistake only, you are entering 1, right? If you can even enter 2 instead of 1. But the problem is, if in case if 1 rupee sale happened, then you are in trouble because it's not preventing you from the credit limit. Do you understand? Because 1 is the minimum number, minimum value of anything. You should be selling either 1 rupee thing or something greater than that. Therefore, you should be exceeding the credit limit by this number. Understood the reason? Right? Okay. Therefore, we added 1. Then click OK. Right? So we created the cash card. You should remember those 2 reasons. Why we created the cash card and why did we put 1 as the credit limit? Okay. So with that, you can take a small break. I'll let you mark the attendance. Right. Mark the attendance and you can take a break. Then we will see how to record some sales transactions. Okay. You can mark the attendance. Right, you can take a break, take a 15-minute break, okay? Because if time permits, we can finish little early.
Shall we start now? Can you ask your friends to come quickly? We start now. Otherwise, it's getting late. Right. Now, now the next thing we are going to do is recording the sales transactions. Come on, listen. Right. The next thing we are going to do is recording sales transactions.
So before recording the sales transactions, there is something you have to understand about sales, right? Here there is a document I have uploaded that contains how these sales will be identified in a company, in any business, right? You can see here, sales of any business can be identified as either cash sales or credit sales, right? That is the basic classification. Technically, what we did was we have set up the cards that are required for credit sales and cash sales. That's why we created the cash card, because we have to separately identify how much we have earned as credit sales, how much we have earned as cash sales. Then, in the journey to record these sales, there are few things we have to understand coming under the revenue cycle that we are discussing now. Cash and credit sales, we are going to record in this revenue cycle, right? And also, we are going to record the cash collection from debtors. When you create cash sales or credit sales, when you create credit sales, you will have to collect that money from the debtors. That is the next stage, right? So that collection will also be recorded under this revenue cycle. And also, if there is any early settlement by a debtor, we are allowing them a discount, right? So that is another transaction we have to consider, cash discounts, right? So discounts are in two types. What are the two types of discounts we have? Cash discounts and trade discounts. And remember, according to accounting, there are two types of discounts, right? Trade discounts and cash discounts. For the trade discounts, there is no double entry. Trade discounts are used to discount the price or the value of the sale or the purchase, right? Trade discounts are deducted from the selling price. That's what you see everywhere now. This is a 30% off sale, 50% off, 70% off. You double the price tag and give a 50% discount, right? So all these are trade discounts, right? When you purchase something with a trade discount, that real purchase price will be recorded in the books of accounts. You don't consider that listed price. Right? You are recording the real purchase price. So trade discounts don't come into accounts, right? Cash discounts are happening after making the purchase or the sale. At the settlement, this discount happens. So you are recording this discount against something, against a sale which has already happened, right? So for this balance, you have to have a double entry. Otherwise, your double entry will not be completed, right? Therefore, this early settlement discount will be coming as a double entry. So for that, we have to keep accounts under this revenue cycle of my job. And then also through this revenue cycle, we are considering cash receipts, not only from the sales, but cash receipt from other sources, right? Any other sources other than your sales revenue. For example, advance from long-term bank loan. If you receive an advance cash from any other different source, maybe as I told you, you said you are selling a car. You are receiving some money, which is not your sales revenue, right? But that income is also considered under this revenue cycle. So revenue cycle concept is broad. These are the areas coming under that, right? We will see what type of transactions are coming under. All these types of transactions are coming under that, right? And then these 4 bullet points are giving you a small guidance on technically how to record these transactions, right? Look at the first bullet point. Receipt of payments from debtors. We are making a sale, right? After making a sale, if you receive money, receive cash from that debtor, right? How to record it? You are recording it under the sales command center, right? Under the sales command center, there is a function called receive payments. We'll try them after this, okay? That is the function you have to use. And next thing, cash or check received from cash sales, right? If you are making a cash sale, how to record it? That is it, right? cash sale. Maybe you are receiving cash or maybe you are receiving a check. In both cases, you are treating it in the same way because even the check is first put into the cash drawer, right? If you receive cash, obviously it's pure cash, right? Even if you receive a check, that is first recorded with the undeposited funds in the cash drawer, right? Therefore, both are treated in the same way. How to record it? Under the sales window. What is the meaning of sales window? When you are entering a sale, under that pay today amount. That is the meaning. Within the sales window, you are dealing with it with that pay today amount, right? As I told you, that's why we put that one as the credit limit for that. All these are linked to each other, right? Within the sales window, we are going to record it. I'll show you how to do it. And then cash receipt from financing activities. What are the financing activities usually? For example, issue of shares, obtaining a bank loan, whatever it is, right? If you are receiving money not from a sale, from a financing activities. What are the activities? You use to finance the business, bring money to the business, to run the business. That type of transactions are not recorded with the sales command centers, right? They are recorded with the banking command center, receive money, right? From any other source not relevant to sales revenue. Those are recorded under the revenue cycle, but not within the sales command center. They are recorded within the bank command center under the receive money function. Okay. Under banking command center, payments we have done, if you can remember, right? But receive money function we have not used. So this is the function you are going to use. And then any other cash management activities. What is cash management activities? Transferring money from one account to another, splitting money to different accounts. All that is dealt under accounts command center, transfer money. That you have experienced. We have worked with that format, right? Transfer money under accounts command center. We have done some transfers. For the petty cash, can you remember? We transfer some money from the main bank account to the petty cash. So those type of things are covered under that. So why these 4 bullet points are important? In your examination, there will be no one to tell you which function to use and how to deal with the given particular transaction, right? When a transaction is given to you, by reading the transaction, you should understand out of these 4, to which bullet point it belongs to, and how to and where to record that transaction. Okay. If you mistakenly record something in a different format, or I mean in a different function, then under that transaction journal, it will appear in a different tab. It will appear in a different tab. The categorization may be different, but still your balance sheet will be balancing. So that is the nature of accounting. Even though your transactions are principally wrong, if there are two entries in the same value, your accounts will be balancing. Tally. Arithmetic accuracy will be confirmed, but maybe an error. Right. So that is the theoretical understanding you have to have. Having that understanding, we will go to record the transactions. Now there is the revenue cycle transactions document. Open that. Right. Can you open that document? Right. Look at the first transaction. Can you read the first transaction? Before reading it, let me show you. We will go back to the MyUOB. Open the company file. I just want to show you something that you already know, but just brush through that. Go to the main window and go to the sales command center because that's what we are going to use. Right? We created it, but we couldn't walk through. Right? Go to the sales command center and just to highlight where you have to start with, right? Sales register is similar to the purchase register, right? That will have all the sales you created within the given time or date range. Okay, so it's again advisable to use the sales register to do all your PO creation, billing, and cash receipts, all that. So that will be the most convenient, and I mean, that is the simple solution for all those statements rather than going here and there, right? And then for enter sales, if you want to enter a sale, invoice, maybe sales, purchase order, sales order, anything, this enter sales function can be used. And also this is the receive payment we discussed about, right? If you receive money for any credit sale, this is the function you have to use, receive money. Now let me just open the enter sales function just to show the interface. It's nothing new. It's the same interface you saw under purchases, right? The only thing is, instead of supplier name, here customer name is appearing, right? And also in the drop down, you can see the same documents, codes, orders, invoices, right? And the difference is only in the interpretation. This quotation is not something we received. This is the quotation we created. We offered to our customers based on our prices, right? And this order is not a purchase order. This is a sales order that we received from our customers. Our customer has sent us this order, right? So based on that, we are creating the invoice. We are billing, right? And this invoice is also not something we received. We created invoice, our sales invoice. Okay. Only that interpretation is different. The format, the layouts, and everything is the same. Okay. And even the colors are same, right? I guess. Quote. Okay. This color. Order. Yellow color. Invoice blue color. Right. Okay. All right. So it's nothing new. I just wanted to show you the interface before starting this. Then based on this understanding, you can read this first transaction. Okay. Read the first transaction and see what is the story behind that transaction. Right. So 7 group cricket lessons were held on 18th June 2023. Okay. 7 group cricket lessons, right? And the group lesson item is LSGRP, right? This code is nothing new to us. This is something we created, our own codes, right? Our own items was set up to be charged at the rate of 250 per person per hour that we already created. The minimum number to form a group is 3, and there is a maximum of 5 people per group. That is the rule we have given to group for the group lessons, right? Either 3 or 5. I mean, not either 3 or 5, between 3 or 5 members should be there. A volume discount of 12% applied for this arrangement. The duration of the lesson is 1 hour. This lesson series will continue for 4 weeks, right? And then you are required to record sales invoice 001, the first invoice we are going to record, for 7,700 rupees. Now the breakup of how this 7,700 rupees is given: 250 per member, multiplied by 5 members, right? In the group, 5 members, and there are 7 triggered lessons. Like that, 1 hour sessions, 7 times, right? 7 lessons. And after giving a volume discount of 12%, you are getting the 88%. That is why multiplied by 88% after removing that 12% discount. So this is going to be the full value of the invoice. 1 5-hour lesson. That's why multiplied by 5. 1 hour, 5 people. So school for 7 people, 1 hour. Sorry, not 7 people, 7 lessons, 1 hour, and 5 people. Right. So that is the story. Now we know how to, or what is the format we are going to use to invoice. For these people, we are going to create an invoice directly. So we will go to the sales command center. That is the path, because this is the first invoice you are going to create. Therefore, better to write down the path. Sales command center. There are 2 ways. There are 2 options you can use. Sales command center. The defined path is using the enter sales function. Select the enter sales function, and in this format, select the customer. Right? The customer name is what? King's High School, right? King's High School. Select the customer as King's High School. Okay. And set the date, 18th of June. Make sure the date is in the right format. Okay. It should be in the format of the computer's operating system. And now you are having the items layout. Okay. You selected it's going to be an invoice because you are going to invoice to them. And King's High School is the customer. Date is 18th of June. Right? There is no any customer PO number given. Now you are getting the items layout. Okay, in the items layout, first under the ship column, how many units you are going to ship. That is the meaning. So in this cricket lesson also, how many units are you offering? Right? So can someone tell me how many units are we offering according to this format? This format has 2 places to enter the numbers, right? Quantity and the price. Okay, quantity and the price. The rest are the other fields are to enter the additional information, right? Other information, including item related details. So what is going to be the quantity? What is going to be the price? Now, just to give you a clue, price is automatically filled because we have already created those items to auto-fill the price. Okay. The price for the group lessons is automatically set to be 250. We believe that we created those items, right? When we created those items, we created the selling price of group lesson is 250 per, right? Then we have to decide what is the quantity we are going to enter, right? So here you can see 5 members, 7 lessons, right? If we enter 5 members, there is no any space to enter 7 lessons. So we have to enter 7 times. But we are going to create an invoice for the whole thing, right? No any breakup is given. So 5 into 7, shall we enter that quantity? 5 people, 7 lessons, right? So 35 I'm entering as ship quantity. Are you clear with that number? 5 into 7. 5 people, 7 lessons. So the entire, that is the total hours they have consumed. Total hours they have consumed. If you can't multiply that, you can take the calculator by using the space key. Then item number, instead of item number, now you can type the item name because we have set up the references, if I'm not mistaken.
we have created the preference to search the items by item name, right? What is the item name? Group lessons. Yes, it comes. When I type GR, it automatically came. Group lessons. All right. And just press tab key. When you press the tab key, what happened? Automatically the full value was calculated. We didn't have to enter anything. That's why I told you selling price was anyway set, right? Selling price was anyway set. And what the discounts were also set, right? Volume discounts were set there, right? And then when you include 35, automatically that values are multiplied and the total value has come as 7,700, right? Then it's just a matter of including the other information. Look at the bottom part of this invoice, I mean the bill. Comment is anyway added based on our preference. No any other information specifically given. And because this is a cash sale, I hope this is a cash sale. Is it a cash sale? No, it's not a cash sale. Yes. There's a small doubt. One doubt came. It is a service, right? It is a service. Why didn't we use service layout? Another old explanation I have to make again. Okay. The service layout does not. It's good, right? You have to clearly understand. Layout does not depend on the nature of the product or the service, right? Layout depends purely based on whether this item we are selling, whether the thing we are selling is in our items list or not. Right? Of course, this is a service, but this service is in our items list. One of the perfectly set services we are offering. Now, for example, if you take a salon, right? I always this salon thing comes into my mind because there was a past paper in one of your previous batches. I gave the salon industry. Then I had to do a big study. I had to discuss with my wife to ask what are the products you are being offered. But we know it's only haircut. But there should be some manicure, pedicure, what else? This hair coloring, hair cutting, this and that because I want to product list for the paper, right? So in the salon, if you take all the things they are offering are services, right? No products. Right? No products. All services. Right? But all the services they are offering are items for them. Right? When they bill, they have haircut. Price is there set. Right? Men's haircut, there's price. Women haircut, depending on the style, there is a price. Right? But there are variables also. Hair coloring, let's say, depending on the length of the hair, or maybe straightening, relaxing, or keratin, a lot of stuff. For all that, I studied. That's why I told you I studied the industry. For all that, there's a price depending on variable. I mean, variable length of the hair. Right? For them also, there's a rate. For each inch, there's the rate percentage multiplied by that, and you are given offered a price. Right? So layout does not depend on the nature of the product. It depends on whether it is in your items list or not. Right? If you are selling a car in your company, in this certificate cloud, that is coming under service layout, even though the car is a big item. Right? The reason is it's not there in your items list. It doesn't update your inventory. Right? But this lesson is there in your items. Once your product contains the right? Then here that's what happened. And also we were discussing about whether this is cash or credit. They have not mentioned anything about cash payment, right? When a customer name is mentioned, right? When the customer name is mentioned, that is okay. We believe that is a credit, right?
We believe that it's a credit sale unless it is said the payment was made. Okay. So we will take this as a credit sale. Recap the transaction. Therefore, you can't enter any amount for pay today. You can't enter any amount for pay today because it's a credit sale. And also the lessons are not over. Therefore, you are just invoicing. You will receive the cash after all the lessons. Then control R and C, the recap. What are the double entries? You have income, right? Pick up lessons income, right? You can see correct account is selected. Here we did not select the account, right? The correct account is selected because that item has a link to the relevant income account. That is why we did not specify the income account under the easy setup assistant. Can you remember? Because depending on the item, the income account will change. Okay. To leave that room, we did not select the default income account. Clear? Okay. Right. Then if you're okay with that, you can click on record. All right. So you created the first invoice, sales invoice. Now close or cancel this format and then go to the sales register. Right. Go to the sales register under the sales command center, sales register, and set the date range between April 1st, 2023 to whatever the date. April 1st, 2023 is the starting date of our year, accounting year, right? Financial year. Right? Did you set the date range and got the invoice? Okay. You found this. Right. Now, this is same as, listen. This is same as the purchase register, right? Can you remember purchase register was a one-stop solution for all these purchase orders, bills, payments, and everything. Same way, sales register is the one-stop solution for all the sales related statements, documents, and everything, right? That's why I told you in the examination, directly come to the sales register. To when you are starting the sales transactions, directly come to the sales register, set the date range. Then also you can confirm. So all these are within your financial year. You don't make that mistake also. If you are using that register, sometimes you may record the transaction for today's date and thereafter you don't find out. But in this case, you will make a mistake only once, right? So you see it's not here. Then you know you have made a mistake in the date, right? Set the date range first and do everything within these formats. For purchases, go to the purchase register and do all your transactions in purchase register, right? Now here, under open invoices, you have one invoice because payment was not made. Okay, right. Then look at the second transaction. Now we will do it with the purchase register. Purchase register within the sales register. 8 people who attended the lesson on 18th June. This still continuing the same story, but another new invoice. 18th June 2023 needed to hire cricket bats. Invoice number 2. In the first case, we notice the invoice number was 1. Okay. Invoice number 1. Invoice number 2. They have hired cricket bats by paying cash. And they are paying cash now, right? And the cash received from the hired cricket bats were banked by the Secretary of Cricket on Monday, 19th of June. Right. So it's a cash sale and the cash was banked. two transactions in the same invoice number. Okay. So on 18th June, now we are going to record a new invoice. Then you don't have to go here and there. Come to the open invoices. At the bottom, there is a button called new invoice. Yeah. Problem? No. Right. Click on new invoice. Now select the customer. Do you have a customer? Who's the customer? Tab campus is tab. There's nothing to do with Tab campus anyway. It's Tab Cricket Club. Tab Cricket Club is the supplier. It is not the customer. Cash. Cash, right? They have paid and obtained. Then cash. It's a cash sale. And set the date is also fine, right? June 18th of June. And then how many? 8. Right? 8 items. What is the name of the item? Bat, not the bat, bat hire, right? Bat hire is the item. Of course, bat hire is a service, but it is there in our items list. So it's an item for us. Price is 50. Those are recorded numbers, right? 50 rupees. It's a pre-decided prices. And there is no discount involved. 400 is the total. And then they have paid it on for cash. Therefore, we have to make sure. Now I can even show you. If you try to record this, we'll not try that. If we try to record this, a pop-up message will come because we are going to exceed that 1 rupee credit limit. Do you understand? If we try to enter this now, it will give us a pop-up message. The cash customer is going to exceed the credit limit. Why? The credit limit is $1, right? Therefore, we should understand we have to enter the paid today amount as the full amount. Then there is no any credit limit problem. Okay. Therefore, we enter paid today 400. Then no any balance required. Balance due is 0 then. Okay. Then payment method also you can select as cash. Right? Under that payment method, you can select as cash. Then you can recap the transaction and see how this money will be recorded. In one double entry, in one entry, the income will be recognized with the tax. And on the other entry, the payment is recognized. How that is transferred from that debtor story to the cash. Right? Because cash is a card, therefore it considers as a debtor, but immediately converts it as cash. Okay. If these numbers are correct, you can click on the record button. Right? You can click on the record button. Right? Now, into it. Are you with that? Right. So I hope all are okay with that cash sale. Okay, cash sale. Then we will just go. You can just go and see under the closed invoices. Those type of cash sales should appear under the closed invoices because the cash payment is done. Now, there is another small thing happened in the same transaction. On the next day, this money was deposited in the bank, right? So that deposit cannot be done within the sales command center. Can you remember the 4 bullet points I was talking about? From one account to another account, from cash to bank, bank to petty cash. These type of internal transfers can be done with the accounts command center transfer money, right? So we will go to the accounts command center, transfer money, set the date, June 19, 2023.
Now you have the money in the undeposited funds, right? You have that 400 rupees in the undeposited funds. When you select the undeposited funds, you can see that current balance 400. That 400 came from that sale. You see? Right now, we were there, no? We were in the sales command center, sales register, looking at this sales transaction happened, right? 400 rupees. Now in the transaction here, I'm talking about transaction number 2. The second sentence says the cash received from the higher cricket bats was banked by the secretary of SAM Cricket on Monday, 19th June. That means immediately next day, they have banked this money. Okay, they have banked this money. Therefore, now this money is with the undeposited funds. So we have to make a transfer from undeposited funds to the bank. Okay, so that type of money transfers are dealt under the accounts command center transfer money. Okay, clear? Accounts command center transfer money. Now we are going to the accounts command center, right? Accounts command center. If you want to write down, you can write down the path. Accounts command center transfer money. Okay. Then you have to set the date. Immediate next date is 19th of June. Okay. It does work. Right now, from which account to which account is the decision we have to make? From the undeposited funds, because that 400 rupees is in the undeposited funds. So select undeposited funds for the transfer money from. Okay. You have to select some money. Because now that money is with the undeposited funds. It's not in the bank. In the undeposited funds.
Right. Now from undeposited funds, we are going to transfer that 400 rupees to the Sampath Bank current account. Okay. So money transfer, we don't have to change the narration. After the transfer, you can see undeposited funds become 0, and that will be added to the Sampath Bank current account. You can recap the transaction, right? You can recap the transaction and record it. Okay, record it. Now it's good. I saw one small error happened in one case. Sometimes some other students will have the same issue. If you don't have that 400 rupee balance in the undeposited funds, when you wanted to transfer that money, if you did not have that 400 rupee in the undeposited fund, the reason is in the preferences, right? Setup, preferences, banking preferences, you would have not selected this last preference. When I receive money, I prefer to group it with undeposited funds. If you have not selected it, that receipt will be automatically recorded in the bank account. Right? It is directly recorded to the bank account even before you deposit it. Right? Therefore, there's nothing to deposit now. It's already deposited. Right? But there's a problem in the examination. One double entry is missing. Right? It's good that we deposited next day, but if we didn't deposit, it's wrong. Right? It should be there is the group funds. Therefore, make that correction. Just identify that correction. That should be selected properly. Yeah. Okay, then we'll quickly go to the third transaction. On 19th June 2023, the company received an order to purchase 12 cricket shoes. Okay, 12 cricket shoes, 4 pairs in each category. The meaning is, okay. Okay, are we good? We have 3 types of cricket shoes. Okay. Okay. We have 3 types of cricket shoes. And take a record. Oh, undeposited from the undeposited funds to the Sampath Bank country. Cancel record करना cancel format take okay. Okay, now I'm showing a recap, right? Like Indian dramas are next day I now I went to the account command center, went to transfer money and set the date properly, 19th of June. You all don't do it because in your case the transaction is recorded. Now I'm showing it again. And transfer from account, select the undeposited funds. Now undeposited funds had 400 rupee balance, right? You had the 400 rupee balance, and then transfer money to Sampath Bank current account. Okay, I hope you all are seeing this. And 400 is the amount. 400 rupee is the amount. Then you can see Undeposited funds balance will be 0 after this transaction, and that money will be added to the Sampath Bank current account. Okay. After confirming all this, recap the transaction and see whether double entry is okay with you. And then click on record button, right? Not the cancel, but the record button. See, click on the record button. Then the transaction is recorded. After recording that, cancel the format. Cancel the option. Okay, done. Clear? Now look at transaction number 3. Are we good to focus on transaction number 3? Right. Now here the company received a PO, purchase order, for 12 cricket shoes. 12 means we have 3 models of cricket shoes, right? From each model, there are 4 shoes we receive, right? Four shoes of order we have received. 4 shoes from each model. There are 3 models. 4 into 3, 12. And then the customer is Wisdom International School. Items were delivered on the same date with the invoice, and Wisdom International School made the payment on the next day, right, 20th. This transaction, you can't start with the bill because this transaction is starting with the purchase order. Clear? This transaction is starting with the purchase order. It's actually not a purchase order from our end. Purchase order from their side. For us, it's a sales order, right? Now, you have to go to the sales register. Let's go to the orders. Okay. Under orders, you can create a new order quickly. And then the customer is Wisdom International School. Right. Now quickly we'll create the sales order. Sales order came on 19th of June. Okay, 19th of June. Quantities are 4 quantities from each model. No? So we'll enter the 4 as ship quantity. Then item names, we have to carefully select the 3 types of shoes. Okay. What are the shoe types? House at Junior Adidas cricket shoe is one type. Then you can see price and everything is automatically added. Then another 4 items of Luna Accelerate Nike shoe.
right? And another 4 shoes of what is the other shoe type? Puma convertible, platinum convertible Puma shoe. These are the 3 shoe types. House at Junior, Luna Accelerated, Platinum Convertible. These are the 3 shoe types. From each shoe type, there are 4 items, 4 pairs you are selling. Right? So this is a purchase order you received from the Wisdom International School Institute. Right? Then you have to try to recap this. You can't recap because this is not a transaction. This is the purchase order. All right. Okay. Can we record this purchase order? We'll quickly record this purchase order now, right? Click on the record button. And shall we go to the purchase register? Now you can see under orders, okay? Under orders, you can see this, right? Now we are supposed to convert this order into a bill because on the same day we have dispatched the items, okay? On the same day we have dispatched the items. The meaning is the bill or invoice is created on the same day. Therefore, it's very easy. You go to the orders, select this order. Hope you all are listening, huh? Right? Listen, otherwise you will miss this. So in the exam paper, you will not have sales to record, and then your income statement will be empty. You will not have revenue if you miss this part. And for the income statement, you will lose your marks. Sales is there. Without sales, how can you? No, in the final paper. In the final paper, without sales, how can you record? How can you generate the profit? Sales method. Right? Then you can select the purchase, sales order, and then click on change to invoice. At the bottom, there is a button called change to invoice. Okay. Then you can see the same content is converted into an invoice. Just you don't even have to change the date because on the same day they have invoiced, right? Check everything properly and recap the transaction. You can see what is the impact on the inventory, trade debtors and everything. Okay. You take the, it's very simple, huh? Take the PO, just convert it to the invoice and record it. Okay. Right. Then you can enter or record this invoice. Okay. You can record this invoice. The sale is predated. Okay. That is fine. Sale will be predated, but you have to record the sale. And now you can see that under the open invoices, because that is an invoice created but not received money. Right? Still we have not received money for that, but the invoice is created. The next thing is, in the same transaction, the last part is you have received the payment on 20th, I guess, right? When 20th June, you have received the payment. It's the same story, right? Under the purchasing, the same thing we did. Here we are doing the same thing from the opposite side. Therefore, it's not difficult at all. Instead of paying money, now we are receiving money. And from today's content, right? I am giving a continuous assignment submission. This is not available in the LNK site clearly. Because this is a main cutoff point, because today we are finishing sales. After sales, this completed company file, you have to submit for a continuous assignment. Right, mail and right, probably the other right. Correct all that and submit. Okay. Now, under the open invoices, listen, under the open invoices, you have this wisdom. Listen, right? Right. Under the open invoices, you have this Wisdom International invoice. Select that invoice, very easy. Select that invoice. Click on receive payment. Okay. Select the invoice and click on receive payment button, and then that will be converted into a payment receipt. And change the date properly. June 20th, 2023. Okay. And amount received is here, right? When you are always selecting the payment, edit the amount applied field first, because that will include the discount, right? That will be adjusted for the discount. Thereafter, go and select the amount received. Then it will be automatically adjusted accordingly. Understood? Previous step. Now, under the open invoices, you have the Wisdom International's invoice. Again, repeating, I'm repeating the same. Then, after selecting that invoice, you know that this is what you are going to pay or receive payment for. At the bottom, there is a button called Receive Payment. Click on that button. Okay. And here, set the date properly, 20th of June, 2023. And then, click on the amount applied. This is the invoice, only invoice available. For this only you are receiving the payment. Then you can see there is a discount we are allowing, because this is an early settlement. Immediately in the 2 days after the sale, you are receiving it. And then click on the amount received field. Then you can see both amounts are tallying, because these two numbers are recorded in two different accounts. Therefore, these two should be tallying. You can check that by looking at this out of balance. If this out of balance is 0, the meaning is both sides are equal, right? Tallying. And then you can recap this transaction. You can recap this transaction and see whether the total balance is taken out from the trade debtors because we are receiving the payment, and then see whether the VAT amounts are properly recorded, and also see whether the discounts are properly recorded. The 3 entries are for that, right? 3 entries are there for the settlement, the value added tax, and for the discount, right? If there are 3 double entries, you can click on the record button. Okay, then click on the record button. Yes. Okay. Then record this payment. Print later. Check print කරන්නද කියලා අහන්නේ. Print later. Right. So that is the third transaction, and yeah. Okay. Okay, that is the third transaction, and because of the time limitation, we'll have to stop now. Right? We have the studying here and here. We will stop now. On the next, whatever the next day, before the online quiz, we will discuss the last transaction, and then I'll show how to generate the statements and all important information, and then we'll do the quiz. I'll at the Dropbox, you can upload up to the third transaction. Up to this transaction, you can upload. So sales are there. I can track that. Okay. So continuous assignment Dropbox will be there. Right, then you can save your company, close your company files and take your backups.
Hello, sir.
Yes. Yeah.
Sir, I have a small question. As you said today, you will be gonna test our technical words also, right, in the quiz paper?
Yeah, in
Hello?
the quiz. Yeah, it's a normal
Yeah.
quiz, like you have the questions and options to select, right? So
Okay.
whatever
Okay.
the questions are appearing from the knowledge of this software, right?
Okay. Sir,
for
I have a
example,
small question.
Hmm?
For this one, setup background. Setup background means we are selecting setting up and setting up the preferences, right? Not the easy setup preferences, right? Those are different.
yeah, these two are
Which one?
different. Default values.
Yeah.
You are
Okay,
setting the
sir.
default
Easy
values in
setup
the easy setup assistant, and you are setting the
default values. Okay.
making sure the company file is according to your preferred format is the preferences.
Preferences. Okay. Okay, sir. Okay, I got it. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Right. So we will finish for the day. Thank you very much. The Dropbox will be available. I'll give you like 4 to 5 days. Before the new year, you have to anyway submit and finish this off. So submit that, and I wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Because after the New Year, we'll be meeting. Thank you.